And we're empty. Again. So, whose turn is it to find more fuel?
Not me. Last time I accidentally stumbled on a juggernaut.
I have a better idea. We could settle down here instead of moving on.
I admit, it looks better than the last couple of towns we came through.
Now that you mention it, it does feel kinda homey. It's settled. This town is where we'll set up our new base. We just have to find a spot that's defensible, maybe with some room to expand.
Hello everyone, and today I'll actually be doing a video featuring a variety of games that I had decided to do for a kind of Halloween theme type of video. And so I'll actually be starting off here with a customized challenge here where I decided to start in lethal zone, and then we came here and actually encountered a feral, a blood plague feral, as the first mob that we actually encountered in lethal zone. Just right off the bat. There we go. And so the challenge is start in lethal zone, and I can't use any backpacks, and I can't use the HUD or minimap once we get that squared away. And then I also have to store all of our equipment in the storage, and I can only use what I loot. And as for crafting, well, that would be kind of determinate based on maybe several factors depending on which resource I'm able to actually find on the map. But otherwise, yeah, just finding and using what I loot, so I probably wouldn't be doing any crafting. And since I'm doing it as a variety stream just for this particular video, I just want to see how long I could survive for the duration of the video, and maybe in the future I will continue with this stream
I'll get busy right away.
more readily. Not really a stream, but just as video content.
They're on all sides now.
So the first course of action is to clear out
Trouble coming.
the base.
This might be a good place to set up a base.
And then I wanted to sneak around here just to see where the zombies were at. And the only exception to the rules that would be imposed is at least just until I get this place cleared out. And then as for curveballs, the goal is to have the highest intensity, have them be negative only and continual. And then I literally just roll with what I get. And then I also wanted to pursue getting more of the much needed resources, such as materials for building the base facilities, as well as getting more meds, ammo, and food. And that should be the last one here.
Let's do it.
And so I decided to start with a cook with a mechanic for restoring the cars, as well as a hygiene survivor to help keep the infection down, which is incredibly useful, especially in lethal zone or any mode.
Our first priority has to be gathering materials. We'll need them to improve this place. It's going well so far over here.
Sweet.
Want to do some scouting? Could find something useful.
And so the first thing that I decided to do was go looting around the area to get the materials that I had wanted to get in the first place. And then here, this is where I'm setting up the curveball settings for this lethal zone custom challenge. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll be back when more of the action actually starts to pick up.
All right, I'm heading out for a bit. Locked. I'm not seeing any more of them. Looks clear. Maybe someone would want this. Thank goodness. Something we can use. No sign of creepers here. This would be a great place for an outpost, I imagine. No room for that. I have to slow down.
So now that I arrived back at base, I decided to see exactly how many resources, materials I needed to build a pharmacy. And in Lethal Zone, it costs about 8 materials, as we can see, to get the infirmary built up. And so I started by restoring the master bedroom there, and yeah, I ended up getting the burning lungs from that plague bloater. Took a little bit of damage, and then I have burning lungs from the same plague bloater gas, so that affects not only the HP but also the stamina. And then I actually, as you'll see later on, I also get the under the weather negative curveball, where that also reduces or rather it increases the stamina severity almost by 60%. So that is pretty crippling when it comes to using much needed stamina either for running or even just general combat, especially with the dodges. So I had to use stamina very mindfully here for the duration of this video. And then by trying to utilize the landmarks nearby, I wanted to see where else I could potentially go to find my first set of material. So I tried to go and check the nearby kind of storage shed areas, as well as anything on the farmland and these tool sheds, and maybe even the gas station for gas and the mart for food. That was like the first course of action that I wanted to do, was the resource gathering, as well as getting some equipment I could actually use, since everything is stored away in the locker at the moment.
I should probably search somewhere else.
Yep, and when you're playing with no HUD on and you hear the character say you should search somewhere else, it pretty much means that there's no loot in the area, so you may as well just leave. And then here, these areas are usually good for finding the computer chips, but in this case, I just got parts. Like the electronics, scrap electronics. But I got only parts this time. And here I'm just looting for any meds that I can find, maybe even a rucksack.
I'm not able to do that. Cheer up, everyone. I brought back some good stuff. I'm about to drop. Well, I found something at least. Sounds good.
If not for the sheriff, we'd be in bad shape. Here's a little something as a thank you gift.
Seems to be clear. I need a rest.
Come here, hon. Let's chat.
Of course. That feral's head is armored.
And then around here, I wanted to go to the nearby campsite to see if I would be able to get any kind of crossbow, which would be incredibly useful for the silent range attacks. But in the end, I only got snacks and parts.
I'm not able to do
I ended up not taking either of those, and then I just looked at the last remaining case I could open here. village's parts, so just left it alone. I'll have to go and find another campsite to see if I can find them. Maybe anywhere else where they might spawn. And sometimes they can spawn in those buildings there, but it's usually not super incredibly common, especially in lethal zone. And I wanted to go
I'll
and
need more of
suddenly
that soon.
take out this screamer here. They wouldn't call us friends. And I think this building here is where I actually managed to find
Be
the
careful.
material
Break over there.
rucksack. And the freak I think she mentioned was just a bloater somewhere. But I guess I never really saw it.
I know someone who'd love this. Done. Glad that's taken care of.
I'm glad to hear it.
Breathe easy. No more creepers here.
And then this is where I have finally returned with the rucksack of materials, so I have
I'm glad
just
we've already
enough
got a
to
start on
go
building this base up into something
and
real.
get my infirmary up and running, and that will be incredibly useful to check what my current
How's it going?
level of infection would be. Anytime I might end up just getting hit by any kind of plague zombie that can cause it, especially when you don't have the HUD or minimap enabled and there's no way of checking it other than having an infirmary.
I can't keep this up. Yeah, definitely locked. I'm exhausted. I need to rest. At least it's not nothing. Nothing moving about. I think that's all I'm going to find here.
project is done. Oh, man.
I'm so upset about this I could spit.
I have another task for you. Details forthcoming.
So here I
No sign
decided
of creepers here.
to come to the nearby spare oil station.
Wonderful.
And I actually ended up finding another material resource, so I decided to collect that and bring it back to base. Actually unlocked the black biker jackets watch here and just some miscellaneous snacks, but I'll probably have to come back for that at a later date.
I would if I could. We don't have much ammunition left.
Our faces are looking pretty grim these days.
I'm not sure any of this is working out the way we hoped.
And so here, this is where I decided to check in Lily here to the infirmary for her infection recovery. And I decided to switch over to Paige here to see what I can go and do with
I
Paige.
just need a little rest. Maybe some chicken soup. I'm exhausted. I need to rest.
And this is where I encountered one of the mutated zombies here as a result of one of the negative curveballs. So here I did a stealth takedown on the zombie, but then it pretty much just reanimated and came back until its duration is up. So you pretty much just have to wait until it runs out just like that. And then this is where I decided to just head back to base because I didn't want to lose any of the survivors. No bandages, nothing to heal with. So I had to make do, especially with the 60% loss of stamina as it's being used. So the stamina consumption will increase very quickly, so I can't run for long.
I see a bloater over there. We have plenty of space for newcomers. No reason to be unfriendly.
Already. Better keep my eyes open. I need to finish that one. Okay, move it along. Nothing to see here. I got nothing. Do we need more of these? Whoa, check this out.
In here, as you can see, the silent takedown, for example, didn't take out the mutated zombies here. And then here, there's another mutated zombie that showed up. And so I grabbed it from behind. And one thing I noticed is if you
Figure out how to deal with this crap and quick.
deal with it on the wall there, it didn't actually reanimate. And then I found myself here in one of the, some of the gun stores here, and I was able to actually get some decent items for starting off. Since it's one of the first ones that I had ended up finding, aside from the sidearm that I find, I ended up using them in just absolute emergencies, perhaps against the blood plague
So, yeah,
ferals.
things aren't exactly going well, are they? Still got company. Exhausted.
Definitely feeling a lot better. Anyone got work for me?
I know, we need to pull ourselves together. But sometimes it's hard to find the strength.
And so now that we are back at base here, I decided to, for the challenge, just to conclude it for the night. And I'll probably pick up this series again at a later time, so I didn't want to get too invested in this game for the showcase for the Halloween games. And as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next game, which will be...
We're going to need more fuel
I'll
soon.
be starting with backpack battles, and then I'll actually be playing a little bit of another dungeon crawler game called Halls of Torment, and then I'll be getting into Megabonk and concluding with Cooking Simulator. And hello everyone, here we are playing backpack battles, and so I decided to go and jump into a new unranked game, as the first time I've actually played any other mode aside from the ranked mode. So I wanted to jump back in since it's been some months since the last time I played this game. Around the time it was actually still fairly new, and after that I jump into some of the ranked battles just to get into the flow of things. But this game is actually pretty fun, and I think it offers some decent replayability value. And what it does, I feel it actually really does very well, and it also provides a comprehensive recipe list and the items that you can look up pretty much anytime you're in the store. You can also look at the battle logs as the actions are going on when you're in the matches. And as far as I'm aware, I think the matches aren't necessarily real time or dynamic, so I don't know. I think they are based off of what random players have had, and then we just get paired up kind of like that. But I feel like the unranked battles seem to be far more difficult in my experience, even just starting off, where they seem to have a lot more better things early on, and some of it is the RNG of it, but otherwise it's actually pretty balanced. And you can actually pull down this rope here that says reroll for 1 gold, which, unless you click the signs to reserve them like I have for the bottom 2 items, upon reroll you'll only have the 3 here show up. and they will have the randomized items from the shop based off of what's currently available. And sometimes it will depend on specific class items to determine what can spawn in the shop. So here, yeah, I wasn't doing very well starting off. And this is where I jump back into the ranked mode, and so I decided to leave the game and come back even for a penalty here for about 5 ranking, but that's okay because I wanted to jump in and get into the pyromancer class, which I haven't really played much previously, but it is actually still a pretty fun class to play, especially if you want to play some kind of fire/haste type of build. And that would probably be like a almost Halloween based type of outfit, which is what I was trying to kind of go for, but I ended up just going for the hair at the moment, since anybody could dress up as anybody. So it's kind of like that. I went with the fire pit. It has the 9 backpack slots, which is very useful, but also you gain 5 extra health per fire item inside or heat item inside. So theoretically, if you had the all 9 slots occupied with a singular heat item, then you actually get 5 for each one. So that would be a total of 45 HP. In addition to what your base starting HP is. So at the start of battle, let's say you have like 100. So now when you have the additional 45, you'd be starting with the 45. If that's kind of the build you want to go for, starting off. And then this is where I'm actually really glad I got the dragon whelp and then the dragon whelp on the slime, both of which are very useful for deflecting many debuffs as well as actually giving me exactly the jump that I needed to actually take on this final match in the ranked mode, and then I'll be heading on over to the next game, which will be the Halls of Torment. And so here we're starting the final match here. And I wasn't sure how the match would go initially, since my opponent actually started with way more shields for blocking damage. But then in the end, I ended up actually taking the lead, and somehow I actually had won. So I'm actually glad. So I decided to just take the win and take the +16 ranking change. Since sometimes if you try to go and start survival mode, you end up having to survive 4 more rounds, and it only increases the ranking change from +9 to +25, which can be worth it if you win, but if not, you'd end up actually losing more. And so this has been a preview into the gameplay of backpackbattles, and perhaps one day I'll actually get back into playing some more games and trying to see how far I can actually get in ranked mode, hopefully getting into the next tiers. And in the next game, I will be playing Halls of Torment, which will be the first time I'm actually playing it, but I am familiar with the genre, where you pretty much just incrementally level up, and then you can go and just determine your stats, much like in dungeon crawler games, or kind of like those. It's not quite like a bullet heaven game, but it does play kind of like a Diablo type of game, where it can kind of be like that. And here we are in the next game, Halls of Torment, and this will be the first time I'm actually playing this game. So the only hero that we have available at the moment is the swordsman, and so he seems to actually be fairly good with the base health and defense type of skills. Wanted to see what the different settings or tabs did up here, and see the 2 DLCs that were pretty much out at the moment. But the main one would be the Boglands. And then I wanted to see if there were any other available register of halls. Well, in the register of halls, these are the available maps to play, so I went to the only other one that we could actually go to. And the quest is to survive the haunted caverns until there are only 26 minutes left. And so I toggled the right mouse button just to turn it to auto attack, which really helps. Anyway, it just makes it a lot more user friendly and intuitive. And here I just decided to take a bit more And here I had decided to take the quick hands 1 for the plus 6% attack speed, since I wasn't exactly sure what the plus 10% force would do for from channeling 1, and I didn't feel like I needed more base health yet for the base defense, even though the defense would actually be useful later on in the progression of the maps, later on as the mobs get faster and more numerous. I feel like having some good defense would be useful if you're getting hit. But if not, and you have good movement speed and good crit and strength, if you're not getting hit, you don't really need the defense as much. pickup range can be useful, especially when you want to go and pick something up, like and you don't want to get too close to the mobs and just get hit a lot, since the regen in this game so far still takes a while to really recover your health, and the pickups that could be picked up to heal your health, it doesn't recover the health too much. I feel like it's still, you know, somewhat balanced, especially where the health regen can be managed pretty well as well. And so I try to keep the attack cone close to the group of enemies, so I try to get them grouped together and hit them in the limited small cone that I have at the moment. That will actually help boost the efficiency of leveling up. I went for more movement speed since I just wanted to be a little bit faster here and get closer to the skill looking scroll at the bottom of the screen where it shows 474. That's currently about how many steps I am away from arriving there. So I tried to move down south to get there, and then there you can actually collect some of the first skills that will show up at the top of the menu, where you have 6 skill slots. And then these are like the kind of mini bosses of the area at the moment. Or it's like an elite mob, I think. Or a rare mob, just stronger than the rest. here I picked up a Scroll of Mastery, so I decided to go with the lightning strikes. So they strike random enemies with lightning and they stun enemies surrounding the target, and the hit enemies get inflicted with spark, which is actually very useful. And the spark effects deal 100 damage per stack applied to the enemy for each damage tick, and each stack decreases the tick time by the base 1 second. Each time spark ticks, it is reduced by 1 stack, and it's really nice actually. I feel like it's actually better than the top two, the first skill and the third skill in my opinion, just from what I've been able to get later on, as you'll see. But it is, I feel like the needle skill is actually pretty useful for the, as you will see later on with the archer as I unlock them later on. And then here you can actually see the enemies becoming not only a bit more faster and numerous, so this is why I actually do prefer the speedier builds that are also able to have a larger area of attack but also a further range, and also combined with attack speed and health regen is actually somewhat helpful to an extent, especially when there's no healing potions that you can just like buy, collect, and just consume when you want to. But you know, so I try to balance out the HP regen rate with things that'll actually help particular builds based on their strengths. And then those kind of phantasmal skeletons are pretty much spawned by the two bosses there. They pretty much ended up combining together. It's nice that I was able to complete many of these different quests here, and then you can see the breakdown of the damage statistics based off of your base attack, your default attack, as well as the different skills that you decided to collect over the run with your different damage type, whether it be like physical melee damage or physical projectile damage, like with the archer here. And they all have their particular balance. But there are so many classes available in this game, and right now I only have about a couple. But as you can see, the archer is actually also pretty fun to play. And I do intend to jump into this game again at a later time, maybe soon after I do some more of the updates for Achilles Survivor. And I went to look at the Register of Halls again, whether it be the Emigrants or Haunted Caverns, but I've jumped back into the Haunted Caverns just to get a feel for the archer in this game. But right off the bat, the archer actually has pierce abilities with their bow and arrow here, which is actually really nice instead of having to choose it like some other game mechanics do in other games where you'd have to actually give the arrows a piercing effect. But here it's already set by default. I decided to go for more movement speed, especially since the archers are usually very agile warriors. And the same as with the warrior or any other class, I decided to try to attack the group of enemies just to maximize the efficiency of the attack cone. And here I decided to go with the echoing band here because it gives a 20% chance to spawn a shockwave, which deals 40% of the damage I do. So as you can see, the kind of staticky looks that pop up on the enemies are the shockwaves. It's doing some work. I believe the red are the crit damage that I'm doing. But the crit rate and bonus crit damage or other like crit chance / damage modifiers are actually fairly decent. Despite the crit chance modifiers, I also like the area / range modifiers for the attack cone, as well as just general movement speed as the enemies become more numerous. And as I've seen from the previous playthrough with the warrior with the astronomer's orbs, I didn't really know how to maximize the astronomer's orbs to actually be better, since their rotating speed, or the way they kind of revolve around the player based on the movement speed. I wasn't really sure how to maximize its efficiency in terms of damage and speed, but otherwise it would probably be better in that case. But since I didn't really have the best movement speed for the archer, I decided to just try the rotating blades here, which move left to right across the screen, so it just hits whatever's in their line. We get another scroll of mastery here where I go for the lightning strikes yet again, because as you can see from the last match, it's actually very effective. I try to go for a multi-strike, which is nice, since the rotating blades that I have there also, like their frequency of attack as well as other factors of their mechanics are dependent on the level of multi-strike that I have. And currently it's only level 1, but it's still an upgrade from the default. I try to go for the connectivity for the lightning strikes with that one, and it's also very helpful. And this is where the pickup area would also kind of help somewhat with trying to level up. I went for more attack speed with the needle attack, just to make it a bit faster, and then I think it helps with the multi-strike helps with it as well, which allows it to attack more frequently, and the other inner workings of its mechanic. I go for the attack speed there rather than the crit bonus, just because the enemies were getting a lot closer, so I wanted to be able to take them out faster, theoretically. And I didn't really see what had happened there, but I ended up somehow getting all of the crystals to just accumulate where I was at, so I just leveled up massively, and that was really nice. Whatever was going on there, I'm glad. Like, I leveled up so many times. With more attack speed for the lightning attack. And then more general attack speed. And the movement speed's always nice. I wanted a little more regen for the survivability. And then some more crit chance there to help make up for what I missed before. then that's where the spawning of the enemies kind of slowed down a bit. Then they suddenly just became very numerous and quick all at once. I'm like, more crit chance, so I could hopefully try to do more crit damage more reliably against them, so I could then hurt the hordes a lot more. And they're kind of a herd and a horde at the same time. Nice. Crit enemies 5,000 times in one run. I beat a skeleton lord. And they really like to crowd around, but I noticed they kind of follow a certain movement pattern, so I tried to actually go in within the gaps of their movement pattern. And I went for the explosive strikes there, which I felt was actually also very useful. And what that does is it has a chance to set a fire type of effect to this affected area, as you can see. And then the horde stopped for a bit, and then I started clearing out. I don't know, I think they're supposed to be slimes, like cave slimes. It's kind of what they remind me of. More connectivity, which is nice. And as you see that kind of burn effect from the explosive effect. And then here I get to the treasure chest again, and I decided to go for the ring here, the wooden ring for a 50% crit chance. That was very, very nice. And I felt like around in this kind of situation, it would be really good to have either more movement speed or just general better defense skills. Maybe not necessarily for the archer, but depending on the build, especially if they have to usually get in a bit closer. Otherwise, as you can see, I'm taking like almost half of my health of damage. Very quickly. So I decided to... Because I feel like now when you start with 3 arrows in the cone by default, and then now I got about 4, so I feel like getting that leveled up earlier on would actually be very helpful. But I think something, I don't know what would happen in that circle, but I guess I'll try to save that for next time. And this has actually been a preview of Halls of Torment, but I do intend on getting back into this game and actually unlocking all the classes. And so now we will be getting into the next game, which will be Megabonk, and ready to get into the action and some good fun. And here we're getting into Megabonk now, and this is also the first time I'm actually getting into playing this game, and my only initial exposure to the game was seeing a short about the game, just a certain item that a streamer wanted to get, and then I just don't really know much else about it aside from what I saw on the Steam store page. And so I wanted to see what the different graphic settings were first, but otherwise I think it actually looked pretty good how it is at the moment, with even with just a 4070 Super. And here we go, let's get right into the action and see who I can start off with. So here we have Fox and Sir Oofy, which really sounds like a very kind of memesy type of character, just like Mega Chad is kind of a very memesy character, who I will unlock later on in this preview. And so yeah, Sir Oofy, he's slow, but his armor makes him pretty chunky. He has a sword, slashes through multiple enemies. He's reinforced, which means he gains 1% armor per level. And the others, I just tried to see what I needed to unlock them, so I had to actually buy the weapon aura skill, as well as getting the strength tome to level 7 in a single run. Then Fox, He's quick on his feet, unnaturally lucky, fire stash, shoots fireballs that explode on impact, as well as having the RNG blessing. He gains 2% luck per level. And these are just the different skins that can be unlocked for all of the different characters. And there's quite a selection. Quite a good selection of characters indeed. And so we'll be starting off tier 1 in the forest here. Let's start off with Fox. And it's time to cook. And here I just decided to level up the fire staff to have more projectile speed as well as other benefits. Having some pretty standard goblins. I got the fire staff, which is an uncommon upgrade offer, so it increases the damage and the projectile speed, which is also very useful. But I would also go and try to increase the projectile amount, which also is very useful against numerous enemies. That's the slide with the control key. Just slide around a little bit. Got my chest here. And I got a time bracelet, which just gives me more experience gain just by 8%. And it seems like they can stack, so I wonder if they get a stacked effect. Like if you have 2, I wonder if it actually go to 16%. And so here we're getting back to the title screen, and I wanted to see what the different available characters, weapons, tomes, item unlocks were. And then I just decided to go back and try Sir Ufi this time, where I actually managed to do a bit better. And it's nice hitting that clock, it slows down time, and I'm actually able to just dish out damage on these elite mobs. I just went for more sword knockback there. It's just nice for a 5% pass boost. And then for the sword projectile count actually is nice. I should have gone for that instead of the fire, but I didn't really know. I feel like if the flame walker projectiles increase as well as their general size, maybe even duration, would actually make them more useful if they actually applied burn damage over time. Yeah, they did have duration there for flame walker, as well as increasing the area of effect size. I think that's what that's supposed to be. Then for the next chest, and I get golden glove, which earns 15% more gold from defeating enemies. And Specky Shield, thorns for every 1% armor, and you also gain a passive 10% armor, so it's actually very nice for Sir Ufi. And I didn't know what the totem over there actually does, but if you actually consult with them, you actually get it's kind of similar to getting a new skill or upgrade offer. So yeah, it's an item offer, so ice cube, wrench in this case, or slippery ring. And I just decided to go with the ice cube, being a legendary. And so we're back yet again at the title screen, and let's go and pursue some of the other builds that I can do for these characters. And I wonder if there's going to be more than these 2 maps later on in time. Would that be something to look forward to? So I went with Fox again. I wanted to see if I could improve But here for Fox especially, or anybody in general, I actually really like the beefy ring. It increases the damage by 20% per 100 max HP, but it is only really maximized if you pick up things like the HP tome or any other type of item that will get you your HP to actually increase by the hundreds, and it's 20% per 100. It's like a multi-cheese. It provides a 40% chance to poison enemies, so it's just additional passive damage that could be done. And I think you get it twice. I don't know if that means it's an 80% chance. There's you can get the items multiple times, and you'll see the item stacks at the bottom of the screen, as well as having, for a price, you can also find a cloning kind of microwave looking item out on these maps, and you're able to clone items of your choice that you currently possess. I also wonder if there's an internal cap for the evasion skill, where in other games not having the evasion cap actually makes them nearly immortal. So I wonder if it's going to be capped off around like 60 to 80% or so, but I think that's something to see. Actually got a legendary item there, and it's the Big Bonk. 2% chance to bonk an enemy, dealing 20 times damage. And then the epic, I just went for the regen tome, so now my HP can actually regen. And it's actually regenerating so much faster than it did in Halls of Torment. And so we here back with Sir Oofy. And I wanted to see if I could do better with Sir Oofy this time around. So I decided to go change my approach by just breaking as many of those pots as I could and trying to get leveled up so I could actually have a slightly better start. And I got more evasion, which is always helpful. If I could get my evasion up high enough, I'd actually be able to survive probably throughout the whole thing. That or just having so much damage that it would be almost ridiculous. It would literally be true to the title of the game called Megabonk, like you would be Megabonk. I kind of wonder if like one of the characters would be like the ultimate character in this game would be so memesy it's Megabonk. And as you can see, that actually let me flush out twice, so 3 times. It's actually very useful. Then I got medkit increases HP regen by plus 45, which is still slightly slower. Still heals 1 at a time, like, you know, with the previous game. But the delay between ticks is actually also much longer at the moment. And here I tried to actually deal as much damage as possible with that. Chunk him the terrible. I got a power up here. Stones didn't really seem to help as much, but I ended up grabbing them out of curiosity. They're kind of like the astronomer's orbs, but you only have 2 of these rocks by default. Astronomer orb, they had at least 3 or more in the previous game. And here we are back to the title screen, and that was the preview gameplay for Megabonk for my first time playing it and my first actual exposure to the game aside from just a single short that I've seen about it and what I've seen about it from the Steam store page. And I'll most likely get back into it again real soon. And for the next game, I will be finishing off the video content with the kind of Fallout Shelter DLC for the cooking simulator. And I'll see you very shortly in the cooking simulator. And here we are in the Cooking Simulator Shelter DLC, where we start off in Sector 12. We play as a lonely chef who must gain the trust of local camps. And let's get right to it.
By the end of the 1980s, the old world disappeared in the flash of nuclear explosions. Those that survived were forced to fight for basic resources. Successive generations of mankind struggle on in the hope of one day rebuilding. Growing up in the wasteland, you practiced the art of cooking. You did this for survival, but also to give people a taste of the world they had lost. You found peace in the day you met your wife, and two of the best moments in your life were the times your sons were born. One day, while out hunting, you were attacked by bandits. You managed to escape, returning to your camp only to find it looted and destroyed. The only sign of your family was a note left behind in your wife's handwriting. It simply read, "Find us." After a long journey, you finally come to Sector 12, a well-populated area near an abandoned and broken-down long-distance communication satellite. You discover a small shelter with a well-stocked kitchen, a good place to cook and sleep, while you try to get the satellite dish operational again.
And here we are to the shelter. Welcome to Sector 12. Welcome to the shelter expansion. The journey here was long and exhausting, but there's no time to rest in the wastelands. You need to get on the road again, and that's exactly what we will go and do. So for day one, food for the road, I'll have to look at the survivalist kebab recipe, so we'll see what we need to do. And so it requires canned meat, barbecue sauce, and cactus oil. We will pin the recipe, which will allow us to see it on the main hood here. And it's actually really nice that we have the steady hands, so whenever we're trying to hold on to food, it makes it easier to work with. And eventually, these are the other perks that can be unlocked through the gameplay. And so we will get to the first call to action, which will be to use the buttons to aim at an object to pick it up, as you know, this is just the basics of gameplay controls, and so that actually leads outside, as you'll see later. There's a sink and a picture just to allow us to imagine that there's nice bright green pasture behind us. There's a desk. There's your child's drawing, the teddy bear they left behind that we saw in the opening sequence there. Here's the map of the current area of the pretty much just the gameplay of the world that we can interact with. And here are the tools that I currently have. The blender, which is good for the soups. I have to get the canned meat. Here's the gardening area. And these are the different plant pots where you'll be able to purchase seedlings from the traveling caravans occasionally. Or if you miss them, I think you can use the radio to kind of call them for a price, because there's those travel expenses. So here's the canned meat for the survivalist kebab. It says I'll need about 500 grams by weight. So you can interact with it, open the can, and you can either just interact with it like that and either dump the contents out, or to actually save time, since we need to skewer the canned meat, the quickest way would actually be to grab the skewer, which is actually on the side of the grilling station behind us. So you can just do that and put it on the floor. But the best way would actually be to take the skewer, and you can actually take it from the can directly. See right there? This is the grill skewer we need to use. So you don't have to actually put it on the surface first and then do it. You can actually do it directly from the can. Otherwise, there's no other way of getting it out of the can aside from putting it on the skewer or dumping it out just like that. And it might end up on the floor. So here we have the source of radiant heat here from the bottom of the canned meat survivalist kebab. And I'll have to grill it for about 60 seconds, so about a minute. And you can actually fulfill other orders at the same time. Especially this is maybe one of the quicker orders that can be completed. And it only requires taking it out of the can and then just drizzling on the barbecue sauce and cactus oil. You can do that from the bottle either directly, or we actually have a pipette item, which is actually, in my opinion, the best way of getting the 20 total milliliters by volume required for getting the optimal flavor onto the survivalist kebab. And so let's see here. I wanted to see what kind of plates I had around here. So I have the kebab plate, which is ideal for that. I have the bowl, which is actually good for taking the contents of the barbecue sauce and cactus oil, putting them into the bowl. So 10 milliliters each into a bowl, taking a pipette, and then taking the 20 total milliliters into the pipette, and then pretty much just drizzling it on from the pipette, and you just drizzle on the entire 20 milliliters. You put onto a plate, and it should still be hot at the moment. So then I'll just put it at the serving area out there, kind of in that foyer area. So I put it on the plate. And I try to get back into the swing of things again, since it's been a while since I've actually played the cooking simulator at all. I played some of the other game modes, but this is the first time I've played the shelter DLC. And I just decided it would certainly be befitting for kind of a Halloween content video. And you can drizzle it on just like that, directly onto the plate. But then, as you can see, it'll show what goes onto the kebab plate. So the plate itself has the sauce. And then I tried to put in the cactus oil, about 10 milliliters. And this is before I was aware I actually had a pipette in the kitchen somewhere. So it shows that the canned meat kebab doesn't even have the sauce on it. I also didn't notice that the platters there are actually for the oven, so I could take the kebab skewer, throw it onto the... I would actually probably have to... I don't know if I would be able to take the meat off of the skewer in order to heat it up in the oven on the platter, but I know for the rat meat, as you'll see later on, you can actually remove the rat meat from the skewer to put onto the oven platter to get it hot, and you can pretty much keep it hot, otherwise it'll lose temperature very quickly. And even though it would be too hot to handle with your hands, like just physically without the spatula that we have there, it will still be too hot. And you'll see in the serving interface where you would go and get ready to fulfill the orders for pretty much trade, and it'll tell you that it's too cold. So the oven is actually a great way to keep food warm anytime. You just have to watch out for the temperature. So you'll see there's the green meter, which will allow it to cook. And then when it's red, you're pretty much going to end up burning it if it gets to max and the temperature might be too hot. But most of the patrons around here, they will really just like their food piping hot, like absolutely piping hot to the point where it's actually too hot to handle with your hands. So here I actually pour the contents into the bowl, and even if you end up pouring too much, you can still use the pipette and you'll have the exact amount required. So you'll have exactly 20 milliliters rather than having to worry about the 14 milliliters of barbecue sauce or the 11 milliliters of cactus oil. Don't have to worry about that. So I took the skewer, tried to see what would happen. And now it says you can actually use the left mouse button on the liquid to fill up the pipette and use it on the product to drip the mixture over it. You have the buttons to the left, so by default you'll be piping out 5 milliliters. If you hit the E key by default, it will change the capacity to 10, so it would just be 2 left mouse clicks instead of 4, which actually can save a lot of time when working with multiple orders. So the pipette also gives you additional options, and with it you can take liquids from bottles by using the left mouse click and mix them freely. Empty the pipette's contents into a container is also easy. Use the middle mouse scroll button and you can pretty much determine the amount of liquid that will be deposited back into the bottles to prevent the wastage. And then I decided to just leave it there to trade for regular trade, and you can set it in the trading interface. So this one will be going to the camp caravan. You can set it for regular trade at the top, or you can set it for the main quest, which would be on the left side, and the right side would be for pretty much side quests. And they all have their own benefits. Usually just for the side quests, they usually just contain additional ways to make money quickly. And as you can see, it'll be pretty costly really quickly. So this will be another way to manage the costs while having a good stock of supplies. So now we're making the green mushroom soup. I will add the 700 milliliters of broth to the cooking pot. Just like that. And don't worry if you end up overpouring a little bit, just like that. Nearly 9 milliliters over. It's not going to affect your overall cooking score. And so we only had the potatoes at the moment. So one potato fulfills the requirement for the 150 grams by weight. And you don't have to do any additional preparation for it. You could literally just throw it into the pot, kind of just like a boiled potato, kind of. And all the ingredients have their own respective level of radiation, and that will actually be important to take into consideration when preparing multiple dishes for trade and for the different quests that will be available in the game. And so I'll be playing about an hour, a little bit less than an hour and a half of the content of this game for the first couple days or so. And then one of the days are just really short because it's just a farming day, just a gardening day. Now it says to take the 50 milliliters of cactus oil, the 50 milliliters of sour cream, and the 20 milliliters of cactus oil, and add them to the pot. And each serving consists of 300 milliliters of soup. So that's another way to determine how much it makes and how much I can serve to multiple patrons. And I'm just trying to cook them on the stove, so it's already cooked it only cooked the green mushrooms and the broth, and it's still cooking the potato, which is actually taking the longest to cook, even for the single potato at all. And so it's actually overcooking the green mushroom. So you could actually, to prevent the burning or the ruining the green mushroom, you could actually add it in after a little while, and then that way the overall temperature of the food ingredients will be more balanced and pretty much more consistent with the temperature of the other ingredients. Therefore, I don't think there's a mechanic that considers certain ingredients being overdone, so you don't have to actually worry about that. So we take the blender that we have here, kind of like an apocalyptic, kind of scrap-looking type of blender for the apocalypse here in the wasteland. So it says we're tasting the broth potato and the green mushrooms. Set this down. Whoa. And then I tried to put it onto the stove again just to try to see if it would get a little bit warmer, but I guess it's one of the things I didn't have to really worry about. I wanted to see if I could use the pipette to get the sour cream out, but it didn't seem like I could. I might have been able to if I dumped it into a bowl. It might have worked that way, but I don't think it would actually work from the container directly like it would work with bottles. So I just decided to take the sour cream and pour it in directly. The 50 milliliters by volume. Just pour it ever so steadily. And then pour in the cactus oil just like so. And there I was able to actually use the pipette to get the exact 20 milliliters from the bottle and Then I tried to put it into the soup directly, but it wasn't letting me. So I guess I couldn't do it that way. So I just decided to see if I could put it in the bowl and then just pour it in. And there I could do it that way. And some of it ended up on the floor. And then there I could actually pour it into the pot. And then that's actually a deep plate, so we'd be using those especially for the soups. Then we can portion them in more efficiently and easier with a ladle here. And it shows the portioning that would be filled by the ladle. So it would take about a couple of ladles to fill the bowl. And then that should actually that should fulfill the amount you need for the deep plate. And then you literally just put it there. So I sold it, and I sold the survivalist kebab, the green mushroom soup, and it just shows that you have the perfect technique for the survivalist kebab, but for the flavors of the barbecue sauce and the cactus oil, perhaps it was too much. And for that, it was too cold for the meat kebab. As you can see, at the time, I wasn't exactly sure how to get the food warm, but the oven there would be the way to do it.
You have prepared, and you are leaving the shelter to travel to the broadcast station. Last desperate hope of finding your family. Each step reminds you of your long journey. As you approach the station, you pray that the radio is working. You get inside the building and rush to the radio, ignoring the fact that this place was abandoned many years ago. You are trying to turn on the power, but to no avail. After a while, you realize the power unit isn't the only thing missing. Radio cables, microphone, and headphones are nowhere to be found, and the screen is shattered. Another futile effort, another dead end. You emerge from the satellite building devastated and disillusioned. Lost in your thoughts, you almost missed the rumble of engines in the distance. You notice a caravan on the horizon. A flicker of hope shines on you. They could get the parts you need. You can offer up food for trade. This can work. Filled with determination, you direct your steps towards the shelter.
And here we are back with a new goal for day 2. There's still a glimpse of hope, and we just need to find a way to contact other people in Sector 12, which is the wasteland area we're at. And we just need to get the necessary parts to repair the satellite dish. Here's a can, and I just ended up trying to throw it away in the trash, but this is actually the chute where we go and try to pick up the parcels, I believe. And then here's the trash right there. And the mop is a little wonky, but it can be used to clean spills off the ground. As I tried to clean up the spill that was down here, but I couldn't get under the cabinet there, but a sponge actually works. If you have a sponge that you can interact with on the counter, then you can literally just interact with it. You can clean the floor and the countertops with that, as well as the other surfaces nearby in the kind of sponge interface, kind of the sponge mode, because you can't really use the sponge and move around freely. You have to do it just in the area you're in. And here are some of the newer recipes that we finally got, which is the carp on a stick, and it's a rad carp. So I'll have to go and actually buy that for... Use the 450 grams by weight and season it with dried mint, and use about 10 grams by weight of the dried mint. And it can be found at the spice shelf there. And you only have to just season it directly on the scales here. You don't have to fillet the fish or anything like that, because the carp will pretty much just be grilled again. And I try to take the bowl to the trash in order to just empty the bowl, just like so. Which could be seen as a waste, depending, since it did have a mixture in there which could have been used later for other recipes. And it just helps with the conservation of ingredients there, unless, you don't have to really worry about it. And here's the cactus juice. And I decided to get all the mise together, all the mise en place, which pretty much just means we'll have everything in its place. And so poured in the mustard, cactus juice, and cactus oil to get the mixture, and I only have to drizzle on about 20 milliliters and then skewer the red carp, grill it for the same amount of time as the survivalist kebab for about 60 seconds, and then just transferring it onto the plate, which is the one to the right. It's not the deep bowl or the deep dish, but it's the plate to the right. And it can seem kind of confusing because it looks like it could be a type of pot, but it's actually a serving plate. It's not like a standard plate. Then you have your kebab plate, which you want to put the kebabs onto the kebab plate, not onto the regular plate, not the kind of metal looking plate. We just drizzle on the mixture directly onto the carp, just like that, and get it skewered and ready for roasting. Pretty much grilling over the grill here. And then while that was going, I try to get the plate going. And since there wasn't really any other thing that I could do, I wonder if at this point in the game, if it would be possible to fulfill random additional orders just for general trade, just to make money even on day 2, despite it only asking for a carp on a stick. So that's something else I'd have to kind of test separately. So as we wait for the grilling to finish, it's almost just about done. Turn off the heat. And then I got it onto the plate. And then I had to make the rat recipe with fries. So I had to take the 250 grams of rat meat and drizzling on the 10 milliliters of barbecue sauce. So I only have to do that about a couple times or one time if I changed it to the 10 milliliters instead of 5. And then I have to fry it for about 100 seconds, which can be done on the griddle here. And it says fry, but you're not necessarily actually frying it. It's more going to be on the griddle, and it's just going to be like a sear almost. It's not even shallow pan fried or deep fried or anything like that. So I think it's just interesting wording there, since it might confuse people thinking they need to actually fry it, but it just goes straight onto the griddle on a flat surface without any seasoning on it whatsoever. So there I try to cut the single potato there that we need. Cut it into quarters, and then you just grab those, throw it into the pot. I had to go and grab the pot that I had on the top shelf. And you can just leave it like that, or just bring it with you closely, which is a lot easier. You throw your potatoes in there. Then I have to grab the cactus oil, add the 200 milliliters by volume into the pot. And you can just speed up the drizzling process there. And it just kind of broke on its own. It was kind of weird how it just broke sitting in place. And so for the burners, the knobs on the left are pretty much for the burners closest, and the burners on the right are for the back burners. And here I was just trying to wait for the potato and the mixture to cook, and in this case the potato actually cooked so much faster on the stovetop compared to the mixture. The mixture was actually taking a lot longer to finish. And so I removed it from the heat at the moment. I got the deep dish there, but then I decided to go get the plate because that's what I needed instead. Got the spatula at the moment, and that's the only way to grab hot food at the moment. But if you have the kind of hot mitts kind of perk, you can grab the food just right off with your bare hands and just throw it right onto the plate. I mean, let's just say you're wearing these hot mitts and you're just handling the food with hot mitts instead. And sometimes when you move, the food can just fall off. So it's kind of more realistic that way. But I feel like it would be a lot easier to do in the VR version of the game, since they were doing a kind of like a VR overhaul of what they already had before. I think maybe they had a different or an improvement of that VR version of the cooking simulator, and yeah, that's something that would actually be pretty interesting to play, you know, just in and of itself. So here we encountered Mila Run, who is a caravan, and we will actually be fulfilling a food order for her for the main quest by I think day 4. And I think, well, it might be day 3 or day 4, but it's after the farming day. And so I sold the rat with fries, carp on a stick. And so I look at the sold dishes details here later on, but I had to push T to continue. And you can see the perfect flavor in the rat with fries, the technique with the potatoes are just fried potatoes, and then perfect temperature, so it was the optimal heat. I looked for a carp on a stick and everything was perfect there. Yep. So Green Lisa loves having the higher radiation food. So you'll have to look at the ingredient list and the different dishes and which ones have the higher levels. So we'll have to take the radiation levels into consideration. And then for her, I decided to go with the lowest radiation that I could find on there, which was about 10 radiation, which still seems pretty high in my opinion, but it's still like the lows that we had. Then here we can see our inventory on the left, and then on the right is the caravan's inventory, and we can buy different items without any additional transport cost. And so for these food ingredients, this is what she had available. So she had canned meat, green mushrooms, potato, rat carp, and rat meat. And so here we're actually outside the shelter. And I was looking for any of the mutated rats that could be hunted for time. And as you can see, those are the mutated rats that can be hunted, but they have a limited amount of population. And if you wipe out the population too much, you have to wait a full day for the population to repopulate. And as you can see, there are 3 different types that you can get. But right now are the different rats. And I got +2 rat meat there. And there I missed the shot, otherwise I'd have +4 at least. But the shot will also scare them off, so that's where rat lure can actually help with gathering the rats together. And I needed to hunt 1 more. I wanted to see if they would come, so I just ended up putting it away for a while. I got the rat lure and I wonder what to do. So, but since I saw the rat, I decided to just get the armament back and continued. So I got the +1 rat meat. So sometimes you can get +1, +2, maybe a variable amount. I went back downstairs into the shelter, and as you can see, meat of hunted mutants are automatically added to spawners after hunting a mutant. If you drastically reduce the mutant population, you'll need to wait for it to naturally increase again, and that usually takes a full in-game day. Now for planting seedlings, we use the left mouse button to get the seedlings into the pot. And so for this day, the main focus was just hunting and farming in our kind of farming area. And so there is where the stock of seedlings will be on the shelf, and any of the crop boosters will be found on top of the barrels there. And so that's the water we have, and you can just pour it in just like so. And once it lights up with the blue light, that's how you know it has enough water. So you don't have to actually add any more water after that. And you cover the soil by left clicking on it, and it's pretty much just done after that. And you just wait a full in-game day. So the liquid type used to water seedling has no impact on the plants. All seedlings need 1 night to grow. Be sure to check back tomorrow to harvest your crop. Watch out, plants left unattended too long can mutate into monsters, and they usually have a certain percentage chance. So at least for the ones I planted so far, they only had about a 35% chance of mutating into monsters. So it wasn't something I really had to actively worry about. I saw some of the other recipes that I got here, which include rat, the rat shashik, and that's pretty much one of the newer dishes that I got. Needs bell pepper, green mushroom, rat meat, red onion, and I never actually made that particular dish yet. It's pretty much higher radiation at 15 radiation. It has to be grilled for 90 seconds as opposed to a minute. About 30 seconds longer. And so I tried to see what other seedlings I could plant based on what future recipes I would have available. So I tried to anticipate what I might need. And I just had those set for farming for the day. And then I just try to get all of them watered and covered for farming. And as you can see, I ran out of water. I didn't have any more. So I had to go and grab the other container. I just threw this in the trash. Actually, I wonder if I could have saved it and actually just filled it with water from the sink, which I might have been able to do. I might not have actually needed to throw it away. Since the liquid used doesn't have an impact, so it's something that would actually be good to take into consideration. And it's currently 14:09, which is about 2:09 p.m. in the afternoon. And there are the new spices that I have purchased from the caravan. I noticed I was actually short on barbecue sauce, so that's something I'll probably buy in the future. And I had the addition of the bell pepper and red onion, and once those new seedlings grow, they'll be added to the area there. After that little bit of cleanup with the sponge there, this is where I decided to go, and I think I ended up taking the 7 radiation dish. Because this is something that the main caravan lady wouldn't really like. Mila run. So I think I made the survivalist kebab for her. And then I have a special order, and there's 2 dishes that I made for both quests. I have one for each. So I decided to go with the grilled rat with potatoes. And that's the one I use for the side quest. And I ended up making the chili flake flavor or the level of spice a little bit too much. So that actually would matter. And so that's the part where the precision will impact the score a bit more. And that will also affect the end reward that you may get. Otherwise, you'd have to start with a brand new piece of rat meat just to get it right. So it's good that they have the 5-gram increments for sprinkling over the rat, or you'd have to do it with 10 clicks if it did it one at a time. And there I accidentally didn't see how much was on the rat, so I ended up having 6 grams of chili flakes over the 10. And then I put on the ground smoke flavor, pretty much. Then the cactus and the dried mint. Well, the dried mint and then the cactus last. And I got a skewer, and you can skewer directly. I got it ready since it'll take about 1:30 seconds to grill, and during that 1:30 seconds, it's possible to get many other dishes prepared as well. Or you can get multiple skewers going if you had enough. And there I think it was a little bugged in the interface. But I only had accepted the 1 special order, so I would get about 20 of the local currency, and if you fail, you lose 5. I just went for the basic survivalist kebab, which is only 7 radiation, which is actually lower, not what I had ended up previously saying, which was the 10. But at least not for Mila Run. I used the 7 for Mila Run, but I used the 10 for the side quest, for the special order. And I tried to use the same pipette technique with the bowl. Got the barbecue sauce and cactus oil mixture going. Try to get into the pipette and then getting it onto the canned meat that I would then skewer, put onto a plate, and the order would be fulfilled. And that's the jar that pretty much just broke by me placing it on the counter there. And I guess maybe it was too close to the other bowl. So I wonder if that's what ended up causing it to happen, or maybe some kind of bug caused it. At least until I get the perk where the bottles don't break automatically, where they just will be unbreakable bottles. I get the full 20 milliliters by volume, drizzle onto the canned meat, and I have it going for about a minute. Now that's already really hot, so I decided to try to transfer it onto the plate. Goes grilled rat with potatoes. And I want to see if I could put it in the oven straight from the skewer, but turns out I wasn't able to do that, so I had to find a place to put the oven platter on. I decided to put it on the station behind me eventually. You can actually do it just like that. Got the skewer. Put it there. And you can only pin a single recipe at a time, so unless you memorize the recipes, you'll have to constantly pin and repin with the default tab key, and then just to view the recipe book, and then you'd have to pin them individually every time you want to go back and forth. So it does actually help to know what the ingredients are for the different dishes here. And so after placing a dish in the checkout window, you need to assign it. So on the left is for the main quests. The special orders are on the right side, and general trade is just at the very top. And here it's actually very helpful to see how your dish will fare after you send it. So you can actually view if it's up to a specific standard, which is very useful to see before actually sending it off. You can see it in advance, what kind of score it will get. So there you can see I was actually able to get the perfect score in all the different categories of preparation and flavoring. And there, like, you'll see that the rat meat seemed like it was hot because it seemed like it was close to burning. And it's also hot to handle without a spatula or the perk to handle it directly. But it's still considered too cold how it is. So you had to actually put it in the oven, and I had to leave it in there for a little while. Like, it looked like it was piping hot, but it's actually still too cold. So I had to turn it on and get it going. And later on, it turns out that it's actually worth it to do so, as it does affect the overall score, which will then directly impact the end rewards. So I got the 2 potatoes that I needed there, and then I tried to bake them in the oven for about 1.5 minutes as well. So if you were to do these 2 different dishes together, the survivalist, the kebab that we did, as well, like the rat kebab, and then the potatoes, you could have the rat grilling for about 90 seconds and then get the potatoes also baking for the same 90 seconds. So it would optimize the efficiency for the food preparation there, especially under strict time constraints. And you'll be able to make way more money each day, which will also be very helpful for keeping up with the limited stock of supplies. And something that will just naturally come as we improve. But there, the temperature of the rat meat is actually hot enough already. There, I wanted to check on the temperature of the potatoes. And there's also a perk that I'll be able to get eventually, where I'll be able to see what the current temperature of the contents of a closed oven are. I decided to keep them in just a little bit longer, and then I decided to take them out of the oven using the baking tray there and transfer them over to the serving plate here with the spatula. And then it fell out of the dish, so I had to go and redo it again. Assign the dish. It says it met the requirements. And then it turns out that it was still too cold, I suppose. If it says temperature rat on a stick, it means it's too cold. So I had to actually take it back. I had to get it back in the oven, and I decided to just wait a little while until it seemed like it was a bit more ready, and then it'll let you know if it's actually the perfect temperature. later on when you go to the trade menu. And now it's saying that the baked potatoes are too cold. So then I have to actually take it back yet again and get the potatoes warm. I noticed I still had some hours left. So I tried to get it rushed over to the oven really quick. And I had to use the ladle to get the potatoes back in the oven. And that's one of the other caravans that arrived. But I didn't really need anything at the moment, so I didn't go. I had to wait for the potatoes to get hot enough again. And at this moment, I wasn't sure if the potatoes were hot enough yet. And then when I looked, the temperature was absolutely perfect, but I couldn't help the chili flakes being too much. But I had those two. I ended up going for the day, I believe. And I didn't really have anything else to do for the day. And here I just harvested the grown crops that I had from the previous day. And then I decided to pretty much just go for this preview of the cooking simulator. And as always, thank you for watching and take care.